And is everyone here on the Devereaux and Kelly case?
Yes.
Yes, Judge, we're here.
And can you all hear okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you can all turn on your cameras. Okay, we are live on the record in cause number 22-06-27069. This is a paternity action filed by the Attorney General's office. Mr. Devereaux, can you please state your name for the record?
Trenton Devereaux.
Okay, and Miss Kelly, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Ariel Kelly.
Okay, and can you both please raise your right hands? Do you each solemnly swear that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, if you can speak up a little, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You may lower your hands. And counsel for the Attorney General's office.
Julie Kahn for the Office of the Attorney General.
Okay, and you may proceed, Ms. Khan.
Yes, Your Honor, we are here on a paternity case. The parties have come to an agreement on several issues: joint managing conservatorship with no geographic restriction, standard visitation, child support is $435 per month, medical support is $75 per month. Retroactive child support is $1,950 to be paid at $40 per month. The issues we're going to be here today are the child's last name and the pickup and drop off spot for the exchange of the child are the only two issues I believe we have left.
Okay, you may
All right.
proceed.
At this time, I would call Ariel Kelly. Miss Kelly, did you hear what I just read into the record?
Yes.
And is that your agreement?
Yes.
All right. And you're the mother of Tamir Kelly,
Yes.
and Trenton Devereaux is the father of Tamir?
Yes.
So the first issue is what do you want the child's last name to be?
Tamir Kelly
I
Devereaux.
guess so. I don't miss that.
I'm sorry, can you say that again louder, ma'am?
Tamir Kelly
Too much
Devereaux.
state property.
Okay. And you want that Kelly Devereaux hyphenated?
Yes.
All right. And he doesn't want the Kelly on there. Is that correct?
I guess.
Correct.
Correct.
How old is the child?
He's 11 months old.
Okay. So the other issue is he lives where?
In Fort Worth.
Mr. Devereaux, I'm going to ask you a question in a minute. Right now, I'm asking her.
I'm sorry. I'm
It's
sorry.
okay, sir. Yeah, one person talks at a time. I do want to hear from both of you, though. Just be patient.
Miss Kelly, where do you live?
Hempstead
And where does Mr. Devereaux live?
in Fort Worth.
And I believe he wants to meet halfway to exchange the child the once a month. And are you in agreement with that, or do you want him to come all the way to pick up and drop off the child?
I am not in agreement with that. I'm okay with fully driving down once a month, like I've been doing. So if he wants him any other time, I feel like he should be responsible. I've been the one who's driving down.
So when you say driving down, so have you driven to Fort Worth with the child for him?
Yes, every month.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you thinking that the visitation is going to change now?
Yes. Oh, because I only drive down once a month, sometimes twice, if it's an occasion. But yeah.
Okay. So I think under the standard possession order, if it's over 150 miles, it can still be once a month. Or have y'all agreed to more than that?
He wants him the first, third, and fifth weekend of every month.
No, he wants to do that.
Yes.
Okay. So are you agreeing to drive one time per month, and then the other 1 to 2 times per month, you want him to be responsible for it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So,
Because me meeting him is still 3 hours. Well, 3 hours there, and then it takes a little bit, like 3 hours and 10 minutes to get to Fort Worth. So me meeting him is the same exact amount of time. Like it's just, it costs the same amount of money. It's doing him a favor. It's not doing me a favor.
okay. So what exactly do you want? You want one time per month, you bring the child there, and then the other, like the first weekend of the month, and then the third and fifth, he's responsible for the transportation?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
Um,
Another Kelly Hamilton in my life.
all right. Is there anything else you want to let the judge know?
It's nice to talk to you.
No.
Not a problem,
Okay.
not a problem.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, you may call on your next witness.
I call Trenton Devereaux. Mr. Devereaux,
Email.
did you
Yes,
hear
ma'am.
the agreement I read into the record earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's your agreement, and that's what you want the judge to do today?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you want the child's last name to be?
Devereaux.
Oh, hold tight, I can't hear right now. Try and talk.
I wanted his name to be Devereaux.
Okay, and you don't want the hyphenated?
No, ma'am.
So for the meeting, so she's saying that once a month, she's willing to drive the child up there to see you, and is that correct?
So I.
Yes, ma'am.
But you're wanting like your first, third, and fifth, so like 2 to 3 weekends per month, is that right?
Well, that was what, when we did a negotiation, that's what she said was the standard. I'm supposed to get him every first, third, and fifth weekend. And she brings him once a month for me to see him, but we met and the child was born in Fort Worth. She chose to move to Hempstead. So me driving there and back in within a weekend, that's
You know what?
between 10 to 16 hours of driving and 72 hours.
Okay. So, I mean, if she drives one weekend, would you be willing to do the driving on the other weekend?
Put it in the other day.
Like y'all split it?
Not up insurance.
Me. Driving there and back in the same weekend, I don't agree to that. No. I can meet halfway, or I can come down there and get him, and she can come get him when it's time for him to go back, or I can't do both.
Okay. But you understand, like she's saying one weekend, she'll be completely responsible for transportation. She would take him and then pick him up and go home. So you wouldn't have any. And then the next weekend, it's usually 2 weekends per month. She wants you to be responsible. Do you understand?
Days are, and you can take. So.
The only reason why she brings him back to me is because we haven't had an agreement that I didn't like the fact that she moved to Hempstead anyway.
Right.
So when she comes to Fort Worth, I come pick him up from her mother's house and I drop him off at her mother's house. I still stay on the other side of Fort Worth to come to her mother's side to come get him and drop him off whatever time she says to pick him up or drop him off. You know, I didn't agree to her moving to Hempstead. That was her choice. So I feel like that's something that she has to eat.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to let the judge know?
No, man.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Kelly, is there anything else you'd like to say?
I am in school. I am a graduating senior, so that's why I only come down once a month. It's hard. I'm struggling. So I've been doing this past 11 months and it's hard. So I just feel like he should be responsible for at least getting him driving down once a month. If I can drive down once a month, if I've been doing it these past 11 months, he can do it.
Okay. And
And
so,
I've been in school the past 4 years. I'm sorry, I've been in school the past 4 years. So I had my baby in Fort Worth, so I could have that family support when I first had him. But throughout my pregnancy, I was here. I would only come home for doctor visits and to have him.
has Mr. Devereaux always lived in Fort Worth?
Yes, ma'am.
And was your relationship in Fort Worth?
Yes.
When Baker freed up, maybe change the
Did you do any holiday visits this last 11 months?
Yes. That's normally when I would come home around the holidays.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Devereaux, is there anything else you'd like to say?
When me and her relationship was in Fort Worth the whole time. From when she first got pregnant, she told me and my family that she would be doing her school online so she could stay in Fort Worth. An issue happened. She got upset. She moved back to Hempstead.
It should be.
This was at the end of her pregnancy, almost when the baby was born. She told my family, all of my family, my mother, my grandmother, she was gonna stay in Fort Worth and do her classwork on the online. And an issue happened. She moved to Hempstead and everything changed. And now she wanted me to pick up all to go to Hempstead when there wasn't never an agreement. That was never nothing that came up in the conversation.
Okay.
And so
Ms. Kelly, do you know what you're going to do when you graduate at the end of the year?
I've been applying for jobs back in Fort Worth. I've also been applying for jobs out here. I'm just waiting for an offer.
So you're not sure where you'll end up.
Right.
Okay. And sir, why are you opposed to hyphenating the last name?
Because when we were choosing the child's name,
Uh-huh.
I specifically chose the name. We agreed to it. Then an issue happened, and she changed the name completely and doesn't agree to Devereaux like we first agreed to.
Okay. What is the current last name?
Kelly.
Kelly.
Okay.
I was fine. Ordering pizza for breakfast.
That kind of spicy breakfast.
And sir,
Well,
I think there might be some confusion. You certainly can do first, third, and fifth, but typically when people live over 150 miles apart, because it is so difficult, typically people choose one weekend a month to do the visits. And then they get extra time. They get every spring break. And they get extra time during the summer to make up for that difference.
I can agree to that.
I'm sorry? So that's actually what the standard position order typically is. So if she's agreeing to once a month, this might, you would then do those big holidays, which would be a longer period of time.
I can agree to that.
That would make it a little.
I can agree to that.
Okay.
As far as longer holidays, so as a 1-year-old, he will have him for like a full week, a month and a half. Well,
That's
45
what you all
days.
seemingly agreed to. Is it not what you agreed to?
No, I'm just trying to clarify. I haven't fully weaned him off. He is still breastfed. I haven't fully weaned him off yet. So I just wanted to try to understand how that's going to work out.
Ms. Khan, would you like to ask questions regarding possession and access? Because they might not be in agreement.
So when Ms. Terry was talking to you about the standard possession order, did she explain to you that, how the first, third, and fifth weekends, the every other holidays, 30 days in the summer, did she explain that part to you?
No.
It's like, no, not really. She just gave me the option. She was like, the standard is you get him every first, third, and fifth weekend. And we couldn't agree to us driving the first, third, and fifth weekend. Now, if it's once a month in the extra holidays, I can agree to that.
Okay. So what I can tell you is the standard possession order, there's 3 separate sections: under 50 miles, 50 to 100, and then over 150 miles. And the over 150 miles, which all are, it's just 1 weekend per month to be chosen, and then the alternate holidays, but he gets every spring break. And then I think it's like 45 days in the summer instead of 30.
Yeah, up
So
to
it's just a little bit different. You have all
42.
42.
It's actually up to 42 days.
42. Okay. So those are the options. Sometimes with a baby, you do it a little bit differently. You can have something until he's a certain age.
Okay. That's what it is.
all this other stuff.
I can agree to that. If she's fine.
And I meant to tell them to cancel the insurance on the Bronco.
Are you okay with that, Ms. Kelly?
Him getting him 40 up to 42 days in the summertime.
In the summer.
age of, I am not okay with that.
Okay, so you want to do something different until he's 2 or 3 years old?
Yes.
Would you like to do like, you think maybe like summer he could do up to a week at a time with his dad, or how long are you thinking?
Yes. Yes.
Just 1 week at a time? And basically everything else the same, just instead of the extended summer possession, it would be for 1 week
Okay.
Yes.
until the child is how old?
The officer did. Yeah.
No, I haven't played.
3.
Then you get.
3? Okay. And Mr. Devereaux, are you okay with that?
That really confused me.
Yeah.
Can we meet in the middle area? Can I get them for 2 weeks instead of the 42 days?
Okay.
You could always do 2 weeks that aren't consecutive either. You could split it up.
Can you do 2 weeks that are not consecutive?
Yeah.
Okay, I can agree to that. We agree.
So basically do a standard possession order over 150 until the child's 3 years old. The extended in the summertime would be 2 weeks non-consecutive to be chosen.
Mhm.
All right. Is that your agreement, Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
All right. I think we got that somewhat cleared up.
I think so. You have that, Ms. Khan, in terms of drafting?
Yeah, I think I'll just do that and just add that one sentence about the summer.
Okay.
Should be pretty simple.
Okay, and then this might be a little difficult for drafting, but for the pickup and drop offs for the monthly ones, the weekend ones, she'll do pickup and drop offs at his residence. For the longer ones, so holidays, summers, I guess it's just holidays and summers, right?
I think,
He'll
but
do-
they were saying they did pick up and drop offs at her mother's house in Fort Worth.
Okay.
Is that what we want to
Are
do?
you
or do
okay
we-
with that? That's where it'll be in Fort Worth?
It's
Okay,
fine.
so the monthly ones, the periodic monthly weekend visitations will be pick up and drop off at her mother's house in Fort Worth. And then for holiday ones, I think it's just holidays, holiday and summer, would be pick up and drop off in Hempstead at her house. That will work for y'all? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. I'll approve that and order that. I am gonna order the hyphenated last name. This child is both of yours, and I'm gonna order that. I am gonna approve the joint managing conservatorship. I'm gonna do a geographic restriction of Texas. I don't want Miss Kelly moving to Alaska. I'll approve the possession order that was discussed just now with the slight modifications until 3. I'm going to order and approve child support of $435 each month, beginning December 1st of 2022. I'll approve your agreement for medical of $75 a month. And I'll approve your agreement regarding back child support. I think it was $1,950. And you'll be paying that back at a rate of $40 a month, sir.
I have a quick clarification question. For
Okay.
the 1950 on back child support, after the 1950 is done, I don't pay an extra $40 a month. Okay, that's all I need to know.
Yeah, now I do want you to know there is interest that accumulates on the 1950. So the sooner you pay that off, like if you ever paid extra, like it would go towards that 1950 and you would just pay a little less interest. But yes, once it's down to 0, you're just paying your child support.
Okay.
Regular recruiter.
So I'm gonna have you all go back to your breakout rooms. The AG's office is gonna tweak up the order. Looks like they're doing it already. And they'll send it to you through DocuSign so you can review and ask any questions in there if you have them. And good luck going forward. Sounds like you've had some difficulties, but it sounds like you're all working through them, and that's great. And it sounds like you're both seeing your child, so that's really, really good to hear. So good luck going forward and happy holidays. If you click on your screens, you should see the icon show up on the bottom or somewhere on the screen, might be the top. If you scroll through those, you should see something that usually looks like a square with 4 squares.
Join breakout room 13.
Yep, click on that. It'll take you back to your breakout room. And ma'am, you should have one. I'm not sure if you're in the same room or not. But it'll say something about returning to breakout room.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. And then Katina, I'm making you host again. You can make me co-host and that will probably suffice for the rest of this.
All right.
You be aware, we're on YouTube though.
Okay.
Okay.
She's gonna be here all day because there's that 2:30.
Oh, and if you can make me
There you
co-host.
There
There it goes. Thank you so much.
Don't worry.
You got kicked out?
For the life of me, couldn't unmute myself. No, I left and now I'm back because the judges are talking and I'm just gonna listen in case she's needed.
Okay.
Thanks.
You hear me? All
Yes.
right. All right, bet.
Hey, Kelly, are you here? Kelly, can you hear me?
This is Cassandra.
Yeah, I know, but Kelly's in this room also.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're fine. Yes.
Ms. Longoria and Mr. Branch, can you both hear?
Yes.
Not sure why you.
Yes.
That was strange. My camera had like gone to sleep or something. Okay, it's back on.
Excuse me, Judge, before you start recording,
Yes,
can you make me host again? I don't know
Oh,
what Zoom
sure.
did.
no problem. Oh yeah, look at that. That's weird.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you can make me co-host, we're good to go.
Who is all these people? Somebody make me aware. Hello, Judge. Can you make me aware? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Ms. Katina Douglas, she is kind of operating as a coordinator to just move people around in Zoom and identify people like when you first came in.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
am the judge and I was asking to be made co-host when she's host. That way, if people in the rooms have questions, it goes to her. But I am the one handling the hearing and listening to the evidence, sir.
Okay, that works.
She's just doing more administrative, moving people around.
All right.
Okay, we are live on the record in your case, which is 15-04-23091. This is a suit for modification and confirmation of arrears that the Attorney General's office filed. Mr. Branch, can you state your full name for the record?
Xavier Rashad Branch.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Longoria, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Cassandra Longoria.
Thank you. Can you both please raise your right hands? Do you each solemnly swear that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Longoria, can you say that again so we can hear you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You may lower your hands. And counsel for the Attorney General's office.
Julie Kahn for the Office of the Attorney General.
Okay, and you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, we're here on a motion to confirm arrears and to modify the support. At this time, I would call Cassandra Longoria.
Yeah.
All right. Ms. Longoria, you're the mother of Ariel Cecilia Branch, is that correct?
It's Ariel Cecilia Latrice Branch.
Okay. So the current child support amount is $485.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where Mr. Branch works at?
The Walmart Fleet Company or private fleet. He's a truck driver.
Okay, do you have any information on his income?
From what I looked up, it was around 1,100,000 salary.
I'm sorry, what was that number, ma'am?
110,000.
Like 110,000 a year?
That's what whenever we looked up the employer, that's the number that came up.
Who looked up, when you
Um,
looked up,
Someone was helping me look it up, an outside source.
who was it?
It was the Lone Star Legal Aid,
Okay, and what were they looking up exactly?
the employer. They're helping me look for the salary amount.
Is that the salary for a truck driver for Walmart?
Yes, for where he's working. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So do you have any personal information, or is that's the only information you have on his
That-
income?
That I have.
Do you think that he has any other work or companies besides Walmart?
I believe so.
What do you think he has?
I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure he does have different LLCs under his name or different names, but that he still contributes to.
What kind of companies are these?
I'm not 100% sure. I can't tell you what's full that I know for sure what they are. I'm sorry.
Where do you get this information from?
Just from him, from what he has said before, but I'm not sure if was being honest or truthful about having companies. But he has mentioned that he had a company before, and that he's trying to set stuff up for Ariel in the future. But again, I'm not 100% sure what those companies are, but he has said something around that.
Do you have any information on the income or types of companies?
No, ma'am. I want to say something cookie. It's like a cookie company, but I'm not 100% sure.
How is Ariel covered for health insurance?
I was covering her for around 7 months under my job, but I can no longer afford that. No longer afford her insurance. So I got her on Medicaid, and also reached out to Attorney General's office to let them know that he has not had her on any type of health insurance because he found it a waste of time last time he had her on health insurance. He recently put her on health insurance whenever the Texas Attorney General's office told him he was responsible for that. And that's when he did that.
So he currently has health insurance through Mr. Branch?
Yes, she has insurance. Yes.
Okay. And are you able to use that insurance?
He was holding it hostage for a moment until I gave him my physical address. I told him that I would not give him my address. And I was able to use or get that information from the Texas Attorney General's office, but I do not have the card. So no, ma'am, I cannot. I don't have the physical card of the insurance, so I cannot use that insurance. I'm using the Medicaid at this time.
Ma'am, have you tried to use it with just the numbers?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Because sometimes they ask for it over the phone and they don't have the card and they're able to use insurance. Just.
Okay.
You-
All right. I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
I call Mr. Branch. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Xavier Branch.
All right. So currently your child support amount is $485. Is that correct?
It's $485, but they take out my rears too, because I set up my rears, so it's $540.
Okay. And currently you're in arrears. Sorry, I lost my page. With the amount of, where did it go? Okay. As of October 31st, $4,615.92. Is that correct?
That right there, I'm unsure. Like that right there, I'm unsure of, because throughout the time, they froze my account. They froze my account, so they took out for that. They took out for. I had got a settlement before I came to Walmart. Well, a couple years before I came to Walmart, and they took out $3,000. Then when they froze my account, they took out like another $2,000. Then and when I get bonuses, they take out from that too. So I don't even know it's that much it's that much at this time. I'm not sure.
So I see, I can share the screen if that's okay, Judge.
Yes, you may.
So this is a pay record that we have printed out, and I'm looking through it and I can see basically on December 3rd, 2019, $3,927.58 was taken out. Lots of 135s. That's just your basics. There's a little bit extra in 21, 2,500 in September of 21. Do you have others besides that 3,000 and then that 2,000 one, the big payments?
And then I just recently been with Walmart. They just took out another. They had gave me a safety bonus, and they had took out some for that too, just recently.
In the last week or two?
No. Like, I said probably like about a month and a half ago, somewhere around that.
Is it that $307?
Yeah, there's one where they did take out like 30, 40 more.
Yeah. So that's when they took out that, and that was like from a safety bonus. So like I said, I don't know where all that's going when it comes.
If you can look at the paste record, it says every time there's extra, it's coming out and it's taking off the.
Yeah, but like the reason why I'm in arrears though is only because I didn't have a job at those times. So when I went in arrears, so.
Okay. I mean, is there anything else you want to add to it, or do you?
No, that's it.
So the $4,615.92 as of October 31st, do you think that includes everything?
Pretty much from what I'm aware of.
Okay. All right. And so what kind of work do you do for Walmart?
I'm a truck driver for Walmart, local.
You had provided 3 paycheck stubs to us.
Yes, ma'am.
And it looks like I have the one from August 12th, so it's $2,065.10. The one from August 26th.
Let me add on to that. That right there was $2,000 because I had a bonus, and if you see that, that's the check that they took the bonus out of.
Okay. And then the August 26th was $1,914.21. And then September 9th was $1,839.07.
Yes, ma'am.
I could only see the year to date on the August 12th. It got cut off on the other one. So it says, when did you start working at Walmart?
I started working at Walmart. Only been there for like 7 months or so.
Do you know your start date?
Like nah, I don't recall my start date.
You said about 7 months, so March or
Yeah, so I've been about, yeah. February. No, I wasn't in February. So yeah, probably about March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. We're in November.
Mhm.
So yeah, about 7, about 7, 8 months, something like that, going into that.
so, I mean, if we did it, so if you did March, April, May,
Yeah,
June, July, August, that's 6 months for 35,000 for year to date. Does that sound about right? You know, if you started in the 1st of March or the last?
Are you
You
able
said
to look it
about,
up, sir?
are you saying about 35,000, like 35,000 what?
Year to date per the pay stub, sir.
Yeah, I can show you that as well. Let me see if I found it.
Are you able to look up when you started? Like, do you have an email saying your start date or?
I mean, it's probably around that time, about March something. I haven't, like I said, I haven't been there a full year. I haven't been there more than 9 months for a fact. So yeah, about 7, 8 months. I don't know what's going on. Okay.
All right, this is kind of hard to read. I don't know why. But it's at the bottom, I have 35,662.22, and this is the paycheck for August 12th.
And that's the one I had a bonus on. So that's why it's even that much. I'm really making like 18, 19.
That's why I'm trying to get like the year to date so we can average over the past 6 months. We can get the average. We're not just using one paycheck. So that's why we're trying to figure out when you started.
I have 3 paychecks though. So you're not just using one.
I did get 3, but we still like to kind of use the year to date to get as much time as possible. I mean, it does look, I will say like there's train new driver, the 5,341.92. Is that
Probably a one-time thing.
is that
That's a one-time thing.
okay? So that's
Just like the bonus thing.
so that was when like a sign-on
Like
bonus?
if you look at, like, yeah, no, it's like a like Walmart paper, like, I mean, they'll give us like little things from time to time, but like I say, it's nothing consistent. Like the reason why my checks fluctuate, because if you look at, if you can zoom in more, you'll see that I get paid for drop a hook in the trailer, which changes every day. Mileage changes every day. Like it's not consistent. It's not a boom 2,000, boom 2,000. That's not how it works.
That's why we're trying
That's
to
why
take
my
average
checks
over the past
fluctuate the way
year.
I haven't been there for a whole year. So there's no way you're gonna get an average over a year.
Well, we can get an average over the past 7 months.
That's why we're asking you your start date, sir, so that we can calculate that.
Then the numbers are right there. Like there's nothing more. All the numbers are right here on this paper. It's not really much that I can tell you that's not on that paper that you're looking at. Walmart breaks down everything on that one paper for you.
It doesn't say your start date, sir.
I mean, like I said, you know what? I will call. I'll call them. That's as much as I can do. I'll call Walmart. Let me get the number, and I'll call the HR, and I'll get them to tell you exactly my exact start date. Just bear with me.
Okay. Well, let's move on a little bit and then we'll come back to that. All right. So about the other companies you have, the cookie company, do you still have those?
I have LLCs, because when I have an idea, I write down my idea, and then I'll go ahead and put in the LLC just in case further on I can, if I get to a point where I'm financially able to work on that business, I would then probably try to tap into that business if I'm able to. But that I made the LLC and I haven't did anything with that. I haven't even made a penny off of that.
So
I-
you have any income off of those other businesses?
Also, let me finish. I have as Cookie Dump LLC, which is my idea when it comes to a company, cookie bakery company, which I had the idea of, building that for my daughter, exactly what she said. And then I also have another LLC, which I've never done with it, and that's Branch Global LLC. And because I wanted to try to eventually start my own trucking, but I haven't been able to do that because I want to come back home and be here. So therefore I can work at Walmart, be here every week so I can with my daughter instead of being over the road like I've been for the last years. So I have that LLC. And that's the only LLCs I have.
Do you have any income from those?
I don't have any income from. I just told you I'm not financially stable to do that.
Okay. So you have your daughter covered on your health insurance now? Is
I
that
have
correct?
her covered under my health, dental, and vision under Walmart. I had her under insurance, and then once Cassandra tried to use that insurance before she put her on Medicaid, she said that insurance didn't cover anything. So then she put her on Medicaid.
Okay. So you pay, is it $50 a paycheck towards the medical and looks like $9.40 towards the dental? Is that correct?
Honestly, I don't know.
I mean, can you see that on the screen? That's what I'm just reading it off your paycheck.
I mean, if it's on there, then it's on. You see it. That's a rhetorical question.
But I can't tell if that's 9 or 19. That's my only.
Okay. You can go ahead.
But
So do you have a better copy of this document that you can read? Oh, maybe that will help.
I have just making sure it's take off.
Huh.
Go ahead.
1940, 50/30 for medical and 1940 for dental. So is that for you and your daughter on the health insurance? Is there anyone else?
That's just me and my daughter.
Do you know if it's like you're free and you pay for her, or how does it work? Is that for both of you?
Both of us.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Why you ask me like you possibly already know? It's like you ask me like these rhetorical questions that it's not really sitting well with me.
What?
So she's asking questions that are relevant to me making a decision in your case.
All right. So I'm going to give.
All right. Well, Judge, can I ask you a question?
No, this is not the time for you to ask me questions. This is the time for you
Okay.
to present evidence to me.
All right. So by that, I would calculate that you pay about $70 a month for her health insurance per month. So you'll get credit for that. And the only other issue I see is, so based off your paycheck stubs, your income, your gross income per month is around $4,200. But if I look at the year-to-date amount of the $35,000, even if you do it over the last 6 months, it's more like $5,900. So that would be my concern. So the question I have is, the new driver training, was any of those things like a sign-on bonus where you wouldn't be getting it again? It's a one-time thing.
Those are things that you will have to call Walmart and ask them. Because honestly, like though that driver training.
Which one is-
No, it's probably driver training when I have to go in. I have to go in, sit at a computer or sit in a class, and that's driver training.
How often do you do that, sir?
Huh?
How often do you do that?
When Walmart calls upon us to have a driver's training, that's off the road, and they'll have us sit in the classroom. When Walmart, they always
Is
like
it
to
once a
change
year?
things and
Is it
implement.
twice a year? Do you know how often?
I haven't been at Walmart that long to even tell you that.
Okay. So people do it though more than once. They just get called in by Walmart periodically.
It's
Is that what you're saying?
Walmart. Well, Walmart has something that they want to implement. They'll end up bringing us in and say, hey, we're going to change this. Or say, for instance, there have been accidents or something. They'll bring us in, they'll sit us down, they'll be like, hey, they'll count that as a driver's training because they have to pay it under something. So they'll pay it under a driver training because they'll sit us in the classroom and boom, that's what that'll be. But it's not often. From what I've experienced, because like I said, I haven't been with Walmart that long to even tell you that honestly.
All right, so I can tell you the difference. If I do the year-to-date income, it would be,
Well,
child support would be 943.
Ms. Con, depending on when he started though, it might not be that different.
Oh, no, that's.
Like
And
it
it's
really,
So,
if
and
it's
then
8
it-
months, it's pretty close.
to 4,200, it would be the.
Yeah, like 44. If it's 8 months. So it really just depends when he started. Which he doesn't know.
Yes. If we do 4,400, it would get us to 722 for child support. All right. And is that what you want, the child support amount? Are you okay with that amount of child support, Mr. Branch?
No, I'm not.
What do you think would be a fair amount?
I offered the last time I offered 600, and then they already take out then they also already take out the her health, dental, and vision. I'm not even counting that, so I'm just saying 600 because, like I say, I have my own bills, I have my own thing. Like I'm trying to get my daughter to take care of when she's in my custody too. So.
Sir, do you have any other children under 18?
No, ma'am, not at the time. Wait. Who just said join? Who, Kelly?
She's my court coordinator, sir. This is,
Okay.
we have open courts in Texas though, and so you need to know other people can see this. We are actually on YouTube right now, but if we were live in the courtroom, anyone in the courtroom and anyone who chooses to can walk into the courtroom. We have open courts.
Understood. This is my first time doing it, so I'm just asking.
Okay, I just want you to understand, we have open courts, so people can come in.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
can't stop people from doing that.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Longoria, is there anything else you'd like to say?
Yes, he doesn't ever have her in his custody. That's the part that just, that's incorrect. I believe that it is a fair amount that just mentioning the 943, for the fact that her childcare alone is $395, and I've been paying that by myself for the past years that I moved, and her extracurricular activity that is mentioning $7, and I've been paying that by myself for the past how old is she? She's 8. So for the past 6 years, she's been in gymnastics, and I've been paying $287. Together, that is $682. Xavier Branch hasn't had any contact. I don't have any records on my phone from the past probably 6 months that he has called me just to check on Ariel Branch. Last time he has seen her was probably where he has contacted me to, you know, to access his visitations with her, which is Friday through Sunday. He hasn't done that. He wants to have her during the week. During the week, she has school. She has school like every other kid from 8 to 3.
Ma'am, we're not discussing visitation right now, so please don't go down that road.
Yes, I understand. But I just want to say that, you know, him saying that he financially supports her and that's incorrect. So I believe the child support for 943 is fair.
Okay. And sir, is there anything else you'd like to say?
Me?
Yes.
Yes. I just like to say, unfortunately, I'm a truck driver. I'm not even, like, my days change. My days change. My days they're not off on weekend. My days change. So in order to even, you know, see my child, the mother has to work with me. I sent her a text, hey,
Okay,
I'm
so
off.
we're not here to discuss visitation, like I just told her. There's nothing before me regarding that. So although important, not relevant to the issue I'm about to decide.
I mean, I told y'all what I can do, what I can afford to pay, and that's that 600. And then on top of, you know, that I already pay her health, dental, vision and stuff like that, and I could pay that. And that's really all that I can actually afford to pay. Now that y'all seen, looking at my check stubs, my actual check stubs, that's all that I can afford to pay. So, I mean, hey, if that's what this is about, then that's what I can afford to pay.
Okay.
And I feel like that's fair.
Okay, well, I'm gonna calculate this based on the family code. I'm guesstimating a little because we don't know your start date, sir. I'm gonna give you a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, though, that I do realize some of these things on your pay stubs for year to date are one-time things, and things do fluctuate. So I'm not setting this on the high end, but I am using child support guidelines. I'm finding your gross income is $4,200 a month. I'm ordering you to provide the health insurance and dental, which I believe is about $70 a month, based on the pay stubs for just the child, which gets you child support for one child of $690 a month, beginning December 1st, 2022. And I'm going to confirm the arrears as of October 31st, 2022 of $4,615.92. And I'm going to set the payout at that at a rate of $40 a month.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. So we're going to have you go back to your breakout rooms. The AG's office is going to draft an order based on those by my ruling today. They're going to send it to you through DocuSign so you can review it and ask any questions. Yes, sir.
No, I just said yes, ma'am.
Oh,
I'm
okay. I
just.
thought you were saying ma'am like you had a question. Okay. Well, thank you again and good luck going forward. If you click on your screens, you should see the icon should show up. You might have to scroll through them. There should be one that looks like a square with 4 squares.
Mhm.
And if you click on that, it'll take you back to your
Wait.
breakout rooms. Yeah, good luck and happy holidays, everyone.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You too.
Thank you.
I had to turn the furnace on. It's like snowing outside today. It's freezing.
I understand.
Corey, did you get my text I sent you with that screenshot of the income?
Just note that this is being streamed to YouTube. So
Okay.
it's okay. Texas has an open courtroom in their constitution, so we have to be public.
All right. Mr. Pierre, we have, I think before I go get the judge, she's in her chambers. She wanted to ask, she would agree to the deviation language if we do 1100 plus 150. Throw that out there before.
Yeah, that's just too much. The issue is we can support that dad doesn't make that kind of income because of his expenses, and that's not being factored in.
Okay.
So we were stretched to 950 plus the medical.
Okay. All right. Let me go get the judge then.
All right.
Is everyone here on the Solomon
Judge.
Jackson case? Okay, and everyone can hear?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Jackson, can you hear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, we are now live on the record in cause number 12-10-21693. This is a motion to modify child support and to confirm arrears filed by the Attorney General's office. Mr. Solomon, can you state your full name for the record?
Corey James Solomon.
Okay, and Ms. Jackson, can you state your full name for the record?
Anisha Michelle Jackson.
Okay. And counsel for Mr. Solomon, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor. My name is MacArthur Pierre Louis.
Good morning. And are there other witnesses that I should be swearing in?
Yes, Your Honor. I brought Mr. Jackson's CPA, Ms. Catherine Franklin, and his tax attorney, Mr. Ernest Lee, as witnesses.
Mr. Solomon, I missed
Ms. Franklin, if you could state your full name for the record.
Catherine Hillary Franklin.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lee, if you could state your name for the record.
Ernest Lee.
Okay, if you can both raise your right hands, as well as Ms. Jackson and Mr. Solomon. I'm going to swear you all in. Do you all solemnly swear that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Solomon, I want to make sure I get you on the record.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You may lower your hands. And counsel for the Attorney General's office.
Julie Kahn for the Office of the Attorney General.
And you may proceed, Ms. Khan.
Oh, yes, Your Honor, I would invoke. I'm not going to, actually.
Okay.
You would make it more complicated.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Solomon, so currently you are paying how much in child support?
I think it's 482 plus 60 something for medical.
419 plus 63 for medical?
No, I think it's 482. And it's plus the like 63 or something.
Okay, I can look at the prior order, but what we have is 482 total.
Okay, well, it's 42 total, sorry.
All right. And what kind of work do you do?
My rodeo athlete.
And so last year, how much did you earn doing that?
How much did I earn?
Yes. Yes.
Catherine, can we pull up my?
Yes.
Sir.
No. Yeah, objection.
Sir, if the questions are for you to answer. If you don't know, you can say you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how much I earn.
That's fine.
Okay. Do you know how much you've earned so far this year?
Like just looking, or how much I actually earn?
I mean, I can look it up online. You're a cap roper, correct? Title
Yeah. Yes.
And it's, I mean, I can look online and it says 123,000, I guess. But I guess, what does the year go? Is it January to December?
No, it stops in October and then starts over for 3 months. So that's all on 1 year. So what it's showing now is still from October of last year also for the 3 months.
Okay. So you're saying like the PRCA money goes from October to October, is that right?
Well, it shows from, you get 3 months from the year prior.
October,
add-
November, December, and then it goes through the end of September?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know like what your end amount was you earned as of what was last September?
I can show you, I mean, for what it's showing, I don't know, I don't understand what you're asking. Are you asking after?
No, I'm asking before expenses, just how much?
Before expensive for this year, it's like 82 or 84. The 120 something includes from last October, for those 3 months is what I'm getting at, which was on last year's taxes. I think I'm saying that right.
Okay. I mean, I'll just use the PRCA's year. I'm not that concerned.
Yes.
on it. We just need to, so in a year, so like last October through September 30th of this year, how much was it?
I think it's 82. Or you want me to include the 3 months or no?
Yes, so I
Okay.
mean,
It's like 123 or 122.
I see 123, 326.
Yes.
Okay. And then the year before that, was it about the same?
I would have to look, but yes, ma'am, roughly.
All right. Do you have any other income besides the rodeo?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of income do you have?
Just cattle.
You own a cattle ranch?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like a cattle ranch, just a small cattle operation.
All right. Do you know how much a year in income you get from that?
It's all, Catherine would have it all on my spreadsheet.
Okay. So you don't have any idea for that one?
No, ma'am, I don't really use that one, honestly.
All right. All right, I'm gonna pass witness and let your attorney go through with you all the expenses.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Mr. Solomon, just so we're clear, the $123,326 you were referencing a few minutes ago, this is earnings that are reported to be paid to you through the PRCA, correct?
Yes.
What is a PRCA?
That's the Pro Rodeo Association.
Okay, and this number is publicly available on the PROrodeo.com website, correct?
Yes.
And it's in your bio and your photograph is right on the website with that number, correct?
Yes.
Okay. However, does that number factor in any expenses that you have to pay out in order to run your business?
Not at all. No, sir.
Okay, and we'll speak to your CPA in a few minutes, but do you have necessary expenses that you have to pay out in order to do what you do for a living?
Yes.
And off the top of your head, give the court a flavor of what are some of these expenses that you have to pay out.
I mean, first of all, you have to have horses. You have to have trucks and trailers to be able to do it. You have to pay drivers to take those horses to each rodeo, different states, while you're flying back and forth to rodeos.
Do you have to pay cash through, the different payment services out there like Venmo, Cash App, stuff like that?
Yes, yeah. I use Cash App to pay the drivers sometimes because some of those drivers have like small banks. So the easiest way to pay them, so they can have money is through Cash App.
Okay, and are all of these expenses that you have just mentioned, for example, backed up and itemized on your bank statements?
Yes, sir.
And now, I have not provided the court with any bank statements today, but are you willing, if the judge asks for them, to turn over bank statements that evidences all your expenses?
Yes, sir.
And what bank do you bank with?
Wells Fargo and First National.
And your CPA, who's a witness today, has all of your bank statements on hand, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And have you provided, as evidence today, your tax returns? Have you provided? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically for you as your attorney, I emailed the state last night with your 2020 tax returns, your 2021 tax returns, along with 2 spreadsheets that your CPA has created for today's hearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, I'd like to offer into evidence. Now, I don't know, Your Honor, if you have available what I'm about to offer, because it was sent to the state on their CSD email.
I don't think I have them, but I'm gonna Can we give him the ability to share his screen? I think the host has to do it. So he can. Is Douglas, are you able to give him co-host so he can share his screen?
Yeah, it still says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh,
There you
no,
go.
that's
So now
somebody
you
else.
should be able to, yeah, you should be able to share now.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. All right, you should see a blank screen, nothing on it yet. Okay. And of course, Your Honor, these documents, I do not know if Ms. Kanesha has these documents because again, they were only forwarded to the state.
Ms. Khan, do you know if she has seen them?
I do not believe so. I can forward the email to her if you want me to.
That'll be fine. Okay. Okay.
You see it?
I'm checking now.
Were you able to get the email, Ms. Jackson?
Let me check.
Well, I gotta move the car anyway. I'll be right back.
No, I haven't got it yet.
Okay, K_Michelle07@yahoo.com.
Yes, ma'am.
It won't let me send it because it's got social security numbers in it.
Oh,
Well, okay, I can send it. You can re-forward that same email.
Okay, that would work.
Okay, you just give me the email one more time. Let me pull up the email from last night. All right, there it is. And forward. K_ what?
Michelle07.
K_ MICHELLE 07
Yahoo.com.
Thank you so much. And I apologize for this, Judge. I wasn't really
No, it's
completely
okay.
sure if she had
No,
gotten
this
it.
happens.
Okay.
This is-
Okay. Can you confirm receipt, Ms. Jackson?
taking it now. Okay, I haven't.
One more time?
I haven't.
Okay, thank you so much. Your Honor, I'm going back. I had asked my client about, I asked him to confirm that I had sent to the Attorney General's office some of these exhibits, and so including his tax returns. So at this time, Judge, I'd like to offer what we had marked as Respondents Exhibit R1, which the email has a exhibits list that marks it as the 2020 tax returns. If I could offer that into evidence.
Ms. Jackson, do you have any objection to me seeing that and it being admitted into evidence?
No, no, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I will admit R1, or Ms. Khan, do you have any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I will admit R1 into evidence.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Share it. Mhm.
And on my screen, you should see what's marked as R1, which is the 2020 Corey Solomon tax returns. And I'll scroll down to page 18 to a profit and loss statement, and hopefully you can see the whole thing. And Mr. Solomon, just to give the court a quick recap of your history in this kind of line of work, back in 2020, for example, Part 1 gross income shows that you were bringing in $237,319, correct?
Yes.
But then under the expenses portion, you were having expenses in the amount of line 28 of the amount of $163,916, correct?
Yes.
And Judge, at this time, I'd like to offer R2, which is the 2021 tax returns.
Does anyone have any objection to R2?
No objection.
Ms. Jackson?
Ms. Jackson?
No, no objection.
I'll admit
Thank you.
R2 into evidence.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Solomon, for on page 11, which is a Schedule C for tax return 2021, it shows that you grossed $268,037. Is that correct?
Yes.
But for the expenses, you were listing that your expenses exceeded your income in the amount of $270,154. Is that correct?
Yes.
Giving you a negative profit that year?
Yes.
So.
And from these documents, okay, now that was 2020 and 2021. For this current year that we are in now, since January of this year until today, have you been working with your CPA to produce for the court your current earnings on some kind of spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay.
No problem. Let me know.
And
Thank you.
I guess I can get that admitted, Judge, through the CPA, who I'd like to call as a witness if there's no more questions for my client.
Ms. Jackson, do you have any questions that you would like Mr. Solomon to answer?
So in 2021, you're saying you didn't make no money? You completely zeroed out?
Yes, that's what yes, and that's what's on my return.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Khan, do you have any further questions for Mr. Solomon?
No more questions, Judge.
Okay, you may call your next witness, Ms. Khan.
I'll call Miss Jackson.
Okay.
Miss Jackson, can you state your name for the record?
Kanisha Michelle Jackson.
And you've heard what he says is his income. Do you have any information about how he works?
Yes, I have information about how he works.
Okay, are you in rodeo as well?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when he's making 200,000+, you believe that he has over that amount in expenses for last year?
No, I do not.
Why don't you think that?
I just don't, cause like I said, I rodeo also. And $268,000 he grossed in a year and didn't make nothing, then why are you doing it? Wow. And then you come back the next year and you're already at 123. I'm assuming, what have you grossed this year? It's just not, it doesn't make sense. I rodeo also, and we rodeo for a profit. On the expenses part, we have sponsors also. So sponsors, I don't know, are sponsors included as an income also?
We would have to ask him that. I don't know. So, you believe that the amount of expenses is not correct as it's paid as on his income tax return?
No, I find it hard to believe. I find it very hard to believe.
Okay.
I don't even know what's on his expense report too. I haven't had time to look over it. I don't.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to let the judge know about?
I have on the taxes, are these just on his tax return, are these just Texas taxes or are these Canadian taxes also?
We're not able to answer questions right now. So basically we'll have to do it and try. So right now you're answering questions, so we can't ask other questions.
Oh, I thought you said if I had any other questions. Okay.
That was before, and this time now I'm asking you questions. Do you have any information about his lifestyle? Does he own a truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he own a home?
I don't know if he owns it. I don't know if he owns it.
What kind of vehicle does he own?
A truck.
Do you know the year or anything?
No, but I know it's sponsored by Bill Fick Board. That is sponsored. So.
Okay. Do you have any information on like how much he's paid for a horse or how much he's paid for any big expenses?
You talking about, do I have like a piece of paper that says he pays $100,000 for a horse he got from Brazil?
I mean, did he get a horse from Brazil?
Yes, he has got a horse from Brazil.
When did he get that?
I don't know exactly what year he got that horse from Brazil.
Hey, my question is, do you have information that he has income that he is spending on things that makes it seem like he's not having all of his expenses?
I don't know what his expense report looks like, so I cannot obtain the information if I don't even know what he's putting on his expense report. So how can I fairly answer that question if I'm just now?
No,
like I
was just asking if you know anything. If you don't know anything,
no, I don't. I don't know. No, I don't currently know.
All right. Is there anything else you want to let the judge know?
We agreed to $950. Just recently, we agreed to $950 plus.
Objection, Judge.
What's your objection?
Well, the legal objection is anything that is being discussed in anticipation of litigation where a party is trying to make a settlement agreement is not admissible as evidence.
Was it during a settlement agreement, like where you were, or a settlement meeting?
We were negotiating. We were negotiating before
when
we.
that number came. Okay.
Yes.
Then I'm going to sustain the objection. I thought it might have just been him talking to her.
Okay. All right. I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. You may call your next witness.
I'll rest, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Pierre-Louis, do you have any witnesses you'd like to call?
Yes, Judge. I'd like to call Ms. Kanesha Jackson.
Okay.
Ms. Jackson, you were just being asked some questions about what you know about the industry that my client is in, correct?
Yes.
And you yourself you said, I believe, that you are in the rodeo business as well?
Yes.
Okay, so do you agree that there are necessary expenditures that a professional rodeo athlete has to spend in order to maintain this kind of business?
There are necessary expenses, yes.
Okay, and if you were provided bank statements, for example, that lists all his expenses, you would the only thing you'd have an issue with would be whether or not the things were necessary or not?
Yes.
Okay, but for the most part, you would agree to give him credit where credit is due, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and so, for example, if you saw expenses like he said earlier about Cash App, if we didn't give him that credit, or you saw expenses involving him paying his lawyer, for example, and we don't give him that kind of credit. If we remove all those credits, are you okay with the court granting him, confirming that he makes a certain amount of money per year based on his gross income minus his expenses? Are you okay with that?
No. Like, I don't
Well, I'm
understand
sorry,
what you're saying.
and,
No.
and I apologize. My question was a little heavy. My question basically is, are you okay with the court confirming an income for my client as long as she gives credit to expenses that were necessary? Is that a fair way of doing this?
No. No, not
Okay,
the
and tell me why.
expenses, no.
And please clarify.
Because of the expenses that are presented. Like, it's hard for me to fight because I don't know necessarily
Okay.
what is brought to the table. So
Okay.
I
You have just received the tax returns, correct? That list the expenses, correct?
just received like 5-10 minutes ago. Yes, I just received them.
Okay.
Haven't had time to look at them, but I just received them. Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Ma'am, would you like us to pause for a few minutes so you can look at those documents?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, the phone.
Would you like us to pause this for a few minutes so you can look at the documents?
No, I don't. It's not necessary.
Okay. Okay. If it becomes, let us know, because you certainly have the right to look at the exhibits.
Thank you.
Okay. You may, I guess, Ms. Khan, you said you have no other witnesses. So Mr. Pierre-Louis, you may call your witnesses.
Yes, I'd like to call I'm not sure. Let me call Mr. Ernest Lee.
Okay.
Okay, you may proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Lee, you can you tell us your relationship to this client, to my client, Corey Solomon?
Sure. We prepare I own rodeotax.com. We do taxes for about 400 rodeo clients. We've been in operation since 2012, and we have been doing Mr. Solomon's taxes for the last few years.
Were you the one who prepared the 2020 tax returns in 2021 as well?
Yes.
And when I say you, was it your business that did it?
That's right.
Do you, as an attorney, do you review his tax documents before they're filed to the IRS?
Yes, I do.
And do you, I guess, stand by the numbers that your office presents to the IRS when you file returns for Mr. Solomon?
Yes, I sign every return and stand by the numbers. We gather source documents, we scan or have emailed source documents, including bank statements, credit card receipts, actual physical receipts we scan, and then we keep that all on a drive where we have access to that. And I compare, when I review a tax return, I compare both to the work papers that we create out of the source documents, but I also compare all the way back to the source documents themselves.
Okay, and do you then have access to the bank statements owned by Mr. Solomon that would be the basis of the expenses that you report to the IRS?
Yes, I do.
And you're familiar with this industry of rodeo professional athletes as well, correct?
I am very familiar with it.
Can you give us just a 30-second version why? Because this is a very unique case dealing with tax issues involving a rodeo athlete.
Sure. Our typical rodeo client, we see their gross income, but they have a lot of ordinary and necessary business expenses related to that income. Everything from fuel to insurance to, in Mr. Solomon's case, paying folks to drive horses around the country so that he can fly to the event and participate in several events in any given weekend. So we work hand in hand with the clients to make sure that we get their source documents in addition to their bank statements to make sure we justify those expenses. And then when I sign a return, I'm signing that everything on the return is materially correct.
Okay, and the issue that I was just addressing with Ms. Jackson about whether or not expenses are necessary or not, to that question,
Harris County is
let me just scratch that. That's okay. And will you be filing or preparing Mr. Solomon's tax returns for this year, 2022 as well?
Yes, we will.
Okay, I'll pass this witness, Judge.
Ms. Khan, do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Jackson, do you have any questions for this witness? Oh, Josh, did we lose Ms. Jackson?
No.
Oh, I didn't notice.
I think it was pretty recent because I saw her not too long ago.
I have people trying to check in. One is an
Okay.
iPhone. I'll let that person in to see if it's
Okay.
her.
Okay, thank you.
I've been holding the 1 o'clocks. No, it's not her.
I'll check her in though. I'm gonna pause the recording.
She doesn't have audio yet. She clicked the pop-up. I'll go to room 4 to talk to her. Oh, here's someone else coming in. Oh, that's her. That's Miss Jackson.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Okay, Ms. Jackson, what was the last thing you heard? We saw that you lost connectivity for a moment.
Yeah, my phone overheated. He was explaining how, I guess Mr. Lee was explaining how he's familiar with the rodeo world, and Corey pays to buy plane tickets and does all of these a part of his expenses to rodeo. That was the last thing I heard.
Okay. Were there any extra questions after that, Mr. Lewis? I'm not sure there were. There might have been.
That was that, and then I asked him about if he's going to be doing the taxes as well for this year. But if Ms. Jackson didn't hear the full answer for that question, then I don't mind Mr. Lee repeating it.
Okay. Mr. Lee, can you repeat your answer just to be sure Ms. Jackson has heard the entire thing?
Sure. Can you refresh me on the question I'm answering?
So are you I had asked if you're familiar with this kind of industry,
Yes.
And then can you give a 30-second version of how so and what you experience typically with this industry?
Sure. We have about 400 clients that we do that are full-time rodeo professionals. And we have a number of tie-down ropers, so I can speak specifically to that Each different event has different expenses that are particular to their event. Tie down ropers typically have horse expenses, travel expenses going to and from rodeos. Mr. Solomon has expenses paying folks to take the horses to the rodeo so that he can fly to the rodeo and perform. He'll have feed expenses, medical expenses for himself will be ordinary and necessary business expenses, as they are for any professional athlete. He'll have depreciation deductions like we talked about, but depreciation deductions, they also indicate, you know, he has a truck, he has a trailer, he has to pay payments on the truck and trailer. He has interest payments that he pays to the lenders on those vehicles. He has horse insurance. He pays thousands of dollars in insurance for the horses in the case that they get injured or killed in the event or otherwise. There are a lot of ordinary necessary business expenses, but that's just a summary.
And then my last question was if you're going to be doing his taxes.
Yes, we'll be preparing his 2022 taxes just as we have the 2021 and 2020 before it. And we have prepared a summary of everything that we have so far in his 2022 tax year.
Okay, and that summary, your office has provided that to me through the CPA, Ms. Franklin, here as a witness who's preparing it as well, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Jackson, do you have any questions for Mr. Lee?
No, I don't.
Okay. And Ms. Khan, do you have any questions for Mr. Lee?
No, Judge.
Okay. You may call your next witness, Mr.
Okay. I'd like to call Ms. Catherine Franklin. Ms. Franklin, as Mr. Lee just mentioned a second ago, you've prepared some summary documentations that evidences from your office's perspective Mr. Solomon's income and expenses for this year 2022 that we are in, correct?
Yes.
And have you provided those documents for me as 2 PDFs?
Yes.
Okay, and these documents were, to your knowledge, I've sent them to the state attorney and forwarded them to Ms. Kanesha Jackson, correct?
Yes.
And these are work products from you yourself as a CPA, correct?
Yes.
And before I offer them, Judge, Ms. Franklin, could you just give the court a little bit about your credentials and what you do with relations to Mr. Solomon?
So I have prepared Corey's tax returns. He came over to us in 2016. So I've been preparing his tax returns since 2016. I work for Ernest Lee. I work under Rodeo Tax. I worked for him, since 2017. So I've been doing this for a few years, and my methodology, I guess maybe I'll go with my education. I have 2 master's degrees in accounting, 1 in audit, 1 in tax. I have a bachelor's degree. And so my methodology in preparing tax returns is always, what is our defendable position at the end of the day? If Corey gets audited by the IRS, every expense that is in the tax returns and subsequently also in the year-to-date profit and loss are expenses. I actually go and pull his bank statements. So I don't rely on him downloading the bank statements, downloading the credit card statements. He actually gives me permission to log into his bank accounts directly, and I go download everything. So I'm going to the source and getting all of the statements to prepare the work. And so when I'm going through, his various bank accounts mostly, and also the credit cards, I account for everything. So if it's a personal expense, it gets put in a column for personal expense, it gets disallowed. So everything that is in the tax return, if we were to get audited, Ernest and I have no issue standing before the IRS auditor and defending our position and defending the amount of expenses that are in the tax return, and also in the year-to-date profit and loss statement, which for that. So the PRCA has so everybody that participates in professional rodeo gets paid through a company called Rodeo Pay. And so when I'm going through the bank statements, I add up all the Rodeo Pay deposits separately, and then I add up all the other deposits into the account, which can be jackpot winnings, sponsorship income. So every dollar that is run through his Wells Fargo accounts and then for his cattle business through First National, those are all accounted for in the income that you see. The misleading thing is when you go and you look on the PRCA website today and it shows Corey's income, that is inclusive of the rodeo season, not the tax year. The rodeo season runs, like for instance, 2022 rodeo season starts October 1st of 2021 and ends on September 30th of 2022. So the numbers, if you just purely go look at the PRCA website today, it is not the tax year. It's inclusive of 3 months of last year. And right now it would cut off. If you went to a rodeo in November, that money would not show in the 2022 summary. It would be kicked to the next rodeo year. So Corey's income for this year directly out of Rodeo Pay is $82,000.
Okay, let me stop you there. Let me stop you there. You're giving us a lot of numbers, but I'd like to get into the weeds now. Judge, I'd like to offer what we've marked as R3 and R4, which are work products that have been created and is being offered by the witness right now, expenses and income that have been shared with the state and shared with Ms. Jackson. If there's no objection, I'd like to offer to get them into evidence.
Does anyone have, Scott, do you have any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
And Ms. Jackson, do you have any objections?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay, there are R3 and R4.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
I will admit R3 and R4 into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you should see my screen share where I have R4. Summary. Okay, let me, hopefully you can see this. It's one sheet.
See it better a moment ago.
Can you see it?
Oh, yeah, I can't see the farm income anymore, but yeah.
Okay, hopefully you guys can see it. Okay. I'm not frozen, am I?
No, you're not frozen.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Miss Franklin, when did you prepare this document?
This was prepared as of October 31st of 2022.
Okay, and can you give us a basic summary of what we are looking at?
So this summary screen is a compilation of my spreadsheets I created for the Wells Fargo account and the FNB account. Basically, if you look over under where it says Rodeo Pay, those are all of his rodeo winnings for tax year 2022. So starting January 1st and running through the end of October. Those are the total of the winnings that he has been paid by the PRCA. And then the deposits account for every other dollar that went through his bank account. So this would include, you know, because he rodeos at jackpots as well, so that are not sanctioned by the PRCA, but they obviously are still income. He still gets 1099s. We still reported on his income. So you can see the total is $141,101 for year to date through the end of October.
And this income is based on, again, tax bank statements that you have in your possession, correct?
Yes.
And if the court needed them, you are able to email them to the court?
Yes.
Okay. And then can you explain to us the other columns?
So for the credit card expenses, so Corey has 2 Wells Fargo accounts, I believe, because I can't open up because you've got my screen. He has, I think, 2 accounts at Wells Fargo, and then he has, I think, several credit cards. And so what I did is I went through each statement. I allocated all the expenses out of the accounts into the various categories. And then they're totaled up per month. Normally in the tax return, if you look at his tax return, it'll have a total for the year for supplies, a total for the year for hay and on and so forth. But for purposes of this project, I actually went and just calculated everything straight across the line for the month so that we could see. And, you know, February, for instance, he had $5,170 of credit and debit card expenses. So it's inclusive of all of the categories of what we include as ordinary and necessary expenses for him for the year. And same with the checks.
Okay, and then when you can you get to the yellow for rodeo income? Because we are only talking about rodeo income right now. We are not yet talking
Yes.
about farm income.
Yes.
Okay, can you explain then your methodology, how you calculated the year-to-date income?
I just simply took the total. So if we go back to January, which was a very light month for him, he had only, you know, $1,600 in income. He had $10,797 in credit card expenses, $2,838 in checks. So it left him with a negative net of $12,000 for that month. And so what I did is I just added up, you know, just took the gross revenue minus all the expenses to arrive at the net, totaled that up. So his total for the year, because he has some months where he's in the red, is $22,071. And then I divided it by, you know, 10 months. So that gives us $2,207 of net schedule seat income for the year to date.
Okay, and
Per
then
month.
before we go to R3, which is the actual expenses, because that's really the crux of this battle. Can you then quickly go through the farm income and then the total you came up with?
So the farm income, so these are just going to be deposits from the sale of calves that are raised on the property. So he has a total, you know, he has just the total deposits. And then under the expenses, he has a land payment, and that is not for his home. That is strictly a land payment that he makes. That's his pasture for his cows. That's where the cows reside, and that's a necessary expense. He does not live there. And then the operating expenses, when we go to the summary page, I grouped them all together. So operating expenses would be feed, hay, veterinary, farm labor, those kinds of things. And so then the same methodology for the net. So it's just the deposit minus the farm expenses and then totaled up for the year and then averaged over the 10 months, which gives him an additional $1,176 of net farm income per month to then be added to the net rodeo income.
Okay, so the total income that you then get on the bottom line is $3,383.26, correct?
Per month, yes. This is the average.
Per month, on average per month, just based on income consumed or made during this year, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and then when we go to R3, the actual expenses, now this is gonna be really, I gotta make this bigger because it's very small. And I'd like to show the overview first. It's two pages. And could you, hopefully this is big enough. Could you walk us through just,
There we go.
I guess, 1 month of this? Go ahead.
Okay. So if we just go to January, we scroll over to the left and I'll go through the highlighted ones. So the very first column, I list out all the accounts. So we've got 3 credit cards and 3 checking accounts. And the reason I did that was for my own notes so that when I go back and look, I have it highlighted that, you know, I looked at those accounts. So everything that's in green, I know that when I went through it, I've marked it off that I've reviewed it. So the next bunch of columns I entitled excluded because these are items that we did not include as ordinary and necessary expenses. So like in the excluded column, for instance, there's like, you know, Dish TV, you know, Apple, like an Apple, what's the word I'm trying to think of, like you know, when you buy like on iTunes. So there's no entertainment included in here. There's no music. There's no anything that we can't deduct on the taxes. And then I'm still working on like the credit card payments. Those are just the minimum payments that he makes on his business cards, but I did not, because we've already included the expenses. I would be double counting it if I then included the payment. And then the same goes for the electric. So this is electric for his house that he lives in. So that we did not deduct. This is not like electric service out to the property, that runs the electric where he has his animals.
Okay, and then can you continue with
Yep. And
some
so
of the other things?
meals. So I included the meals just so that the court could see that they are an ordinary and necessary expense. These are just travel meals. These are not core eating at home. This is not grocery store. These are meals expenses while he's traveling away from home that meets the IRS definition, for being tax deductible. So it's only just the very minimum. But what I did is and same with the Cash App. Cash App, as Corey explained earlier, when he's on the road and he has expenses, like he's got a driver that's, let's say driven one of his rigs from Texas to Kansas so that he can then go compete in a rodeo in Kansas, and he pays the driver. They typically will pay with Venmo or Cash App because it's immediate so that the people can get their money, as opposed to writing them a check and they may be out of town and not have the ability to cash that check. So I did go ahead and allocate all of those out because those will go in the 2022 tax return. But after discussing this with Corey's attorney, we decided just to show that we zeroed them out so that those expenses are not actually included in the net. We were trying to,
Yes. So
concede on a few
just
things.
so just to be clear, you've actually removed these expenses from benefiting Mr. Solomon, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we removed Cash App, we removed meals. All the other items on here, and they're listed as fuel, health insurance, parts, entry fees, house insurance, bank fees, horse supplies, farm supplies, cell, interest, feed, security, tax preparation, truck payment, veterinary, repairs, and travel. When they come out in total for a given month, for example, January totaling $10,797 in expenses, is it your office's position that these are necessary expenditures to justify running and maintaining the business that he operates?
Yes.
And are these expenses that you've done for every month since January up until today, with the exclusion of the meals, the Cash App, and some of the other yellow exclusion like credit card payments, electricity, and other itemized things like entertainment, for example, are these the basis that go into the summary sheet that's on R4 in the monthly total expenses for rodeo income?
Yes.
And farm income?
The farm income is on there's a separate tab for that FNB account. And I apologize if I didn't send that over to you because the farm runs through its own separate account. There are some expenses that Corey, if you go back to that, the expense tab that there is a column for farm supplies, and the term farm in that account is just general because, horses are also considered to be part of a farm as well. So at the end of the day, Corey is a Schedule C tax preparer. So if there's some expenses that are in the farm supplies column under rodeo, but the cows may have eaten half, it's all the same at the end of the day. When you wash, you have a Schedule C and a Schedule F. The Schedule F's for the farm. It all nets itself. So whether or not it's in one or the other, it's still, the net is the same, but the farm expenses that are in the farm income and expense section of the summary are strictly out of the First National Belleville account and completely separate.
And just for clarity, the Schedule F farm expenses, that's listed in his 2020 and 2021 tax returns, correct?
Yes.
However, you're stating that you don't have that evidence here today to show the expenses, correct?
No, I do have it. I just think I inadvertently didn't do a PDF print and sent that separate because it's in that same spreadsheet. And I can, and yes, we can justify, it'll substantiate everything that's in the farm income section on that summary. So it'll show the deposits, the land payment, the breakdown of the operating expenses in the net.
Okay, okay, thank you for that. And just to wrap up, in your professional opinion, when calculating Mr. Solomon's gross income, why is it fair or unfair to you? I would like to know your position on calculating gross income strictly based on Mr. Solomon's gross year to date and dividing by 12. Why is that fair or unfair?
I divided it by 10. So the amount that shows is actually through the end of October. Is that what you're asking? So
No. The question is, why is it, if the court was to look at, say, his 2020 or his 2021 taxes and look at the gross income that he brought in and just divided by 12 as an example, why would that be fair or unfair as a way to get at his monthly gross average income?
well, the nature of rodeo, especially since COVID hit in 2020, rodeo is a dynamic environment. And so during 2020, there was a lot of events that were canceled. And since then, it's been kind of interesting to watch the level of participation. And so a lot of these athletes, there's such a pressure for them to go to as many events as they can, because the year-end standings and is all determined on earnings. And so it varies year to year. It's not a static number. It's not Corey has a W-2 and he makes a certain amount of money every year. These are the expenses that are required for him to go down the road as a professional athlete and compete at the level that he does to earn the amount of income that he is able to secure. And so to throw something out or to not include something, I think we've been I can speak for myself. I'm very, every dollar is accounted for that runs through his bank account. And so when I'm calculating his income, I also take the Form 1099s that he receives from the various rodeo committees. And we also do include his rodeo income from Canada. That is included in the totals in the tax returns and the year to date. I will note it is discounted for the exchange rate at the time that the rodeo winnings are converted to the US dollar. But that's per IRS regulations. We have to report his worldwide income and his worldwide expenses as being a US taxpayer.
Okay. And is your position that his monthly average income for 2022 is $3,383.26?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Pass witness, Judge.
Ms. Khan, do you have any questions for Ms. Franklin?
I do not, Your Honor.
Ms. Jackson, do you have any questions for Ms. Franklin?
Yes. Ms. Franklin, when you're looking at the bank statements, are you looking at item lines or are you looking at receipts?
I have both. So Corey provides us with receipts. And so if he gives me a stack of receipts, what I do is I take the receipts and I compare them what's in the bank statements to make sure not only am I not double counting receipts, but also if he's paid cash for something that wouldn't obviously be in the bank statement or the credit card statement because, he paid cash for it. So does that answer your question?
I'm just trying to clarify. And I guess I want you to justify how do you differentiate what's for his expense and what's not, or do you just go by, if I go buy 100 bags of feed, how do you differentiate if all those 100 bags of feed was for my horses or were they for me and my significant other horses? How do you divide that?
Well, unless I get instruction that this bag of feed was for this and this bag is for that. The assumption is that when the client has an LLC, let me just finish. The client has an LLC and a business account for his business. I don't have any way of knowing unless he tells me this is personal, this is not. So my assumption is when I pull a bank statement and it's for a business, that these are all business expenses. I can't I can't split out this bag of feed. I mean, it would be immaterial unless it's, you know.
No, it's when it comes to rodeo, no, it's not. So you're saying that you don't know what's personal and what's business. You only know what Corey provides you, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
I go by what goes through the bank, and every expense is tagged. It shows me the date. It shows the amount of the transaction. It shows me the location of, shows me everything.
Right. I do the same thing. So again, I rodeo also. So I know how that works also, because I can go to the feed store and buy feed for me, my neighbor, and my parents. And I can put it on my tax return and say, this is what I spent on the horses to my house. That's just how I present it. So I was just, when you say expenses, are these specifically expenses for Corey, or are these just expenses that are on his bank statements and you're just itemizing?
These are Corey's business expenses that run through his business account.
That you're itemizing, right?
Yes. Yeah, everything's itemized. You can go look at that expense. I mean, every expense that runs through his accounts is on that spreadsheet.
I think you're missing.
No, I understand what you're asking. I don't see how I would have. I didn't go with him to the feed store, and I didn't. I don't know what he does. But my point is just there's a certain amount of expenses that's required to feed the animals to participate in the rodeo. I mean, I don't have any way to differentiate.
So do you know how many horses he has, or how many cows he owns?
Mm-hmm.
And you know how much it costs to take care of each horse?
I've been doing this for 5 years. I have a pretty good idea of what it costs to feed animals.
I don't want a good idea. I want an exact amount.
I'm sure you picked exactly what I liked. Anyway, my daughter, y'all look at this. My daughter makes these little goodie bars.
They need to mute themselves, Mike.
I don't know I'm sorry, I stopped because I heard that commotion.
Was this big?
Ms. Jackson, do you have any other questions?
I will eat the whole thing.
I
mean, I'm just.
What about the amateur rodeo?
That's all included in deposits.
That are paid in cash. How do y'all differentiate? How do you know what those are?
I don't. And I don't presume to, I can't put something in there that I don't know about. So if it's reported to the IRS.
What about sponsorship? Is that included in income also?
Mm-hmm.
So all of the sponsors are accommodated for?
Every check that he gets, every deposit that he has is included in.
That's what she's doing.
From the sponsor.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's all included in deposits. I just put them all together.
You don't have a breakdown? No?
I do have a breakdown, but you've seen the spreadsheet, it's like 20 cells wide. So in order
I just saw it. I'm asking you questions.
Yeah, no, I have an itemized list of the sponsorship money. Yes, I do.
So you're saying that just this year, out of 83,000, he's roughly made 3,000 a month.
Net of expenses, yes.
Yeah, minus expenses, he's only cleared 3,000 a month.
3,383.26 is my calculation.
So how much is that times 10? Only 30,000. So that means he didn't spend 50,000 in expenses in 10 months.
Yeah. It ran through the bank account and the credit cards.
And then in year 2021, his net was 268, but he was in the negative, is what you're saying, out of 268,000?
Yes, we had depreciation that year. He has some capital assets he purchased, so we just elected to depreciate them.
So was that a necessity?
Yes, yes. They wouldn't be in the taxes if they weren't necessary. There's nothing.
No, I'm talking about for his company. Is it necessary?
Yes.
The real question is it child support?
Yeah.
Ma'am.
Yeah.
You said the real question is what I didn't hear.
Oh, my only follow-up to that is, in order for Corey to compete at this level, he's not doing this on a $5,000 horse. So at the end of the day, the expenses that are in the tax return are ordinary or necessary for Corey to compete at this level in order to sustain his income.
the purchase of the horse is up to the person that's buying the horse. That's up to our discretion. So you can't say I can go buy a $10,000 horse and still make $200,000 on that horse. So don't. So I'm not. I've done it. I've made one. So thank you. I've done. So that's you can try to fight that all you want, but being that I'm in the same industry, you have girls that have paid $800 at the auction for a horse and went to the American and won $1 million. So don't. So it's up to it's up to the person that's buying the horse how much they want to spend on the horse.
Yes, in the end of the day, if Corey chooses to purchase a horse for, X amount of dollars, that helps him compete. No, it's not. It's an ordinary and necessary expense. Buying a kill pen horse for $800 is not a necessary and it's not a standard industry practice.
You're telling me $100,000 horse is necessary to go compete on? No.
It wasn't $100,000 horse.
I'm throwing out a number. You're telling me that $100,000 horse is necessary for him to go compete on the level that he competes on.
Okay. Well, I'd like to
Because I ride a $10,000 horse that competes on
Let
the
the
same
objection
level.
be made.
Okay,
I'm done.
I'll object on some of the questions are speculatory, and the other question is, I guess, badgering the witness to a
Yeah,
degree.
I'm
ma'am,
not
make sure-
bad.
Okay, ma'am, make sure you're actually asking questions that the witness can answer.
Well, it's okay.
Do you have any other questions for Ms. Franklin? Ms. Khan, do you have any other questions for Ms. Franklin?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay,
I have a couple of questions, Judge.
you may proceed.
Just a couple of follow-ups. Ms. Franklin, could you clarify something about I believe it's the amortization, where you are depreciating assets?
Is that on that spreadsheet? And can I get a copy of the spreadsheet, please?
Yes,
I'll put
should
my,
I,
Do you want me to, if I forwarded it to you, I'd have to encrypt it, which I think is difficult.
or can I do it? Can I forward it to you, Judge?
yeah, let me put my.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Hasn't come in yet. But you may proceed. I'll see it in a moment, I guess.
Okay. Ms. Franklin, could you clarify a little bit about the depreciating assets? Did that make it into the spreadsheet, into the expenses that you calculated?
No, depreciation is taken on the tax returns and, just to be within, IRS code, the de minimis harbor is 2,500. So anything purchased that's a capital asset over $2,500, we put in the depreciation schedule. So I'm not going to elaborate, but if you go out and buy an asset for X amount of dollars, and the term asset in this context is it's an income, anything that allows Corey to go produce income is considered an asset. So although it might seem a little strange to depreciate a rodeo horse, this is very common in our industry because without the horse and without the horsepower, and when you compete at certain levels, there's a different requirement for, I don't know, just the breeding and the skill level, the experience, and they aren't cheap. And so, but if there's no horse.
Ma'am, I think you've gone off the question. The question was, is it on the spreadsheet?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, Judge. Sorry.
And so in terms of the spreadsheet's income and expenses, was that an expense that you used?
No, it will not be
Okay.
put in until the tax return.
Got it. So just to wrap this up, this 3,383.26 is strictly, and it's been sent to you, Judge, is strictly income from the bank statements
Mhm.
in expenses from the same bank statement, but excluding or crediting back some specific things you put into yellow on the expenses sheet, correct?
Yes, and there's no capital assets included in these figures either.
And what do you mean by that?
So like if he purchased cattle or he purchased equipment, none of that is factored into the spreadsheet. That will go in the tax return. So the only items in the summary are his income and expenses directly derived from the Wells Fargo bank statements and the Wells Fargo credit cards and the First National Belleville account for his farm income and expenses.
Okay, and if it was necessary, you'll be able to provide the bank statements to back all
Yes.
this up, correct?
Yes.
All right, that's all I have, Judge. I guess I could make a couple closing arguments, Your Honor, if
Okay,
you
one
may.
moment, I'm just got the documents.
Okay.
I think I have a few questions. Who is the health insurance for on the
Corey
spreadsheet?
Franklin,
Ms. Franklin?
They're just premiums that ran through the account. I believe that.
Are they for horses or for a human?
No, those are for Corey. The horse insurance is a part of the checks expenses out of one of the accounts. Yeah, horse insurance is roughly $3,200. I'm just looking to see if there was multiple checks written last year, but the insurance that shows on that summary, Judge, is for Corey's health insurance premiums that are pulled from his account.
What's the difference between travel and fuel?
Travel would be airline tickets, rental cars, taxi, airport parking. Fuel is fuel for his trucks that he uses to, either drive himself to the rodeo or if he has a driver, but they're for his business truck, his Ford.
Does he have a different personal truck from a business truck?
I believe he has a farm truck that's separate, but the truck that's in there is strictly for rodeo. It's 100% business use.
So he has a separate vehicle for personal use?
I believe so. I believe so.
Corey?
I don't
Yes,
want to ask him directly.
yes, I got an old farm truck, not one that I actually rodeo in.
But what do you use like to go to the grocery store?
I'll take either one. I mean, my farm truck, or I drive out and around town to feed and do stuff unless it can't pull something.
Okay, before we do closing, Ms. Jackson, do you want any time to review any of these exhibits?
What, do you talk about the expense reports and stuff that they
Yeah,
just
all
went
the
over?
exhibits they put into evidence, because I know you didn't have a lot of time to look at them.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay. Does anyone have anything further before we do closing arguments? Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Pierre-Louis.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Judge, from the very beginning of my client hiring me, his position has been he's not trying to just pay the minimum child support. What his goal is to have child support be based on a number that's fair, that actually reflects what he brings in and what he has to put out. The only thing I knew about the rodeo before this case came on to my office was going down and enjoying the show in the Region Rodeo. But I've come to learn that there are a lot of expenses that this respondent, obligor has to provide for that. We don't believe that Ms. Jackson is really wanting to take into consideration. And I do understand, Judge, that calculating income for the IRS is one thing. Calculating it for child purposes is different. And this is why we bent over backwards to try to make sure that we were not giving him the write-offs that just for the sake of bringing down his income. And so that's why we excluded a lot of things on that spreadsheet, including not even writing out the Cash App, thousands of dollars under that, because we felt that it was going to be too he said, she said, and we didn't want to bother with it. So we've excluded things, Judge. We've calculated. We're relying on the professionals, the tax attorney and the CPA who have to stand by these numbers. So we're asking for child support to be set against a guideline gross monthly average of $3,383.26. And again, Judge, I understand in a lot of these cases where a person makes a whole lot of money, then to reduce it down this way, you have to have pretty convincing evidence and proof, and we have it. And we can give you the bank statements to support the numbers if Your Honor would require it. But based on my calculations on that number, after giving credit for $150 a month, child support should be for one child in the state of Texas, $504.91. Okay, my client is even willing, Judge, to go up a little bit more than that, because again, he's not trying to just pay the minimum. He wants to help provide for his child. He owes no arrears. He wants to do the right thing, but he doesn't want to be hammered here with a child support payment that's gonna be, $1,000, $1,800, or a number that's based on conjecture and not the actual evidence that's been presented. And that's why I have, Judge.
Ms. Khan, would you like to make a closing argument?
We understand that there are some expenses, but just looking at the statement given by them, some of the things, like you pointed out, the health insurance, the house insurance, the cell phone, there's a few things in there that I would not include as business expenses. Those seem more like personal expenses. And looking at that, that's about what, $700 a month, it seems like, on average, which gets him up to a $4,000 a month gross. And I do believe we forgot to ask about the health insurance. If you want me to go back and do that again, I can.
Yeah, let's cover that issue just so that we have something to put in this order.
Yeah, so as I call Miss Jackson again, Miss Jackson, how is the child covered for health insurance?
She's covered through my health insurance.
How much per month does it cost to have her on that health insurance?
$150.
And does that include dental?
Yes, dental and medical.
All right, I pass the witness, Your Honor.
I mean, that's through the rodeo?
Ma'am?
Is that through the rodeo?
No, I work at, that's through Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Okay.
I have an actual 8 to 5.
Okay. I thought you were also 100% rodeo. Okay.
No.
Okay. Mr. Peerless, do you have any questions for Ms. Jackson about insurance?
Yeah, Ms. Jackson, you're aware that I have not seen any documentation about the 150, but I'll take your word for it. But is that number like substantiated in your HR documentation?
Yes.
Ma'am, is that number just for the child, or does that
Yes,
include
ma'am.
the child? Okay.
No, just my daughter.
Okay. Sorry, you may continue, Ms. Khan.
That's all I have, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Okay. And Ms. Jackson, would you like to make a closing argument?
I'm I'm just gonna say that I don't want the max. I didn't want the max. I just wanted to be fair because my child is 13 and I think I've been quite lenient and accommodating to Corey for the last 13 years. And I think it's just a slap in the face that when it comes to my child, that she has to get the bare minimum and we have to go this far into a child support case to prove his income when my child should really live the same lifestyle he lived at the level that he lived at. I do not believe that you make $268,000 in a year and you are in the complete negative by the end of the year and you continue to do that on and on. You have to make some kind of profit. I don't believe it's just a $2,000 profit that you're making. I think that a lot of the stuff was mixed between business and personal that is being brought to the table. I don't think that what they're presenting is a necessity. I do, as Mr. Pierre stated, I am taking into consideration all of the expenses. As I've stated, I do rodeo. I do have those same expenses. That's why I'm a little bit more, I can understand and I know a little bit more, a lot of more than y'all do. So y'all are just going based on what Corey is telling y'all and what he is presenting y'all. So I'm not trying to be like that. I've been accepting $400 a month for the last 13 years. So I'm not trying to go for the gusto, but be fair. This is my child. This is one child that we are talking about. Why do I just don't understand. I don't think it's fair. I don't think what they're presenting is true. I just really want what's fair for my daughter. That's what I'm here for my daughter. She don't get no benefit or no help from them outside of this $400, maybe a couple times a year. That's it. So if I'm fighting for my daughter right now.
Okay, everyone bear with me. I'm going to take a few moments and do some math and I'll be back with a ruling. So just feel free to get water or go to the bathroom as you need to. I'm going to pause the recording.
Are we gonna let
I'm sorry.
Katina check in people for the?
Oh, absolutely. If there's people that still need to be checked in, please do that.
No, I was doing it. I was just moving
I
to
think
different
she's done
rooms.
with it somehow.
Are we good?
She magically did it.
I magically did it.
Okay, thank you.
She's very good at this. Okay, Ms. Khan, are you there? Ms. Jackson, are you there?
Yes, Judge, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, so after crunching some numbers, I'm going to find that his gross, Mr. Solomon's gross income is $4,200 a month. And I'm going to find the insurance is $150 a month, so cash medical will be $150 a month from Mr. Solomon to Ms. Jackson, which has child support rounded to $675 per month. And did we need to confirm any arrears? Did I miss that?
There's no arrears, Judge.
Okay, so it just
Should be.
okay, so it's just modification. Okay. Okay, and that'll begin December 1st, 2022.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right. If y'all wait, we'll get the order prepared and get it to you to sign via DocuSign. If y'all can go back to your breakout rooms. Just click on the screen. You can see there's a breakout room. It'll look like 4 squares in a square. I guess, Mr. Lewis, you can let your witnesses go if you'd like.
Yes, yeah, Ernest and
Yes.
Franklin, you guys can go. I'll call you guys. And then I have another case with you, Miss Khan. Miss Posada still waiting for me.
Okay, I'll meet you. Well, let me go get them to start this order and then I'll meet you for that one.
Okay.
Corey, I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Okay.
thank you.
All right, Miss Jackson, were you able to go back to the breakout room?
I don't know how to do it. I don't have 4 squares nowhere.
Do you see that says more with 3 dots? Sometimes if you click on that, it'll come up breakout room.
Yeah, I have background effects, meeting settings, and
Can you
chat.
tap on the screen and see if it has any?
Julie, I can move her.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
could you
Miss
move me
Kanish-
too? I'm
Okay,
on my phone.
okay.
Sorry.
Do I put you, everybody in the same room or different, are we doing different rooms?
No, I'm going back to Dad's room.
Okay, Dad is, let's see, where is Dad? Dad is in room 9. I may have to move you out of 9 because you're showing between rooms. So I'm going to move you out of 9 and then back to 9. So you're going to go to 13 and then click again to go back to 9, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you should see a pop up for 13. All right. Okay, Miss Jackson. Did you get one for 9?
I don't see 9. I only saw 13. Then I will be back here.
Okay, let's try this again.
All right. Thank you. Well, I see 13. I'm
Okay,
joining it.
click on that, and then I'm gonna move you to 9. Once I see you in 13, I'll move you to 9.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm. All right, Miss Jackson, I am moving you to room number 6. So you should get a pop-up right about now. Click on that.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Yes, Ariel?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, so is this this will be my first hearing. So is this the main room where we would have the hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I need to tell my CP to come to the main room.
Yes.
All she sees is leave the room.
Kim will go get her.
What's your name?
Okay. Her name is Miss Gomez.
And I'm going to testify for Kim because she has to do
Cyn-
something.
Okay. Her name is Cynthia Gomez. Yes. Thank you, Tina.
Okay, I just gave her a pop-up to move to the main session. So as long as she clicks that, she should come here.
Oh, thank you.
There she goes. She's coming. Okay, she's here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Do you know how much longer this is going to take?
We're actually in the main room, so we should get started shortly.
Waiting
Julie,
on
do
the
you?
judge.
Yeah, Julie, are you here for a hearing or are you just here to make sure I am okay?
I was just checking. You're good?
I'm going to try it. Yeah. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Gomez.
Oh, thank you.
I was going to call Tina. Tina, I was going to call Kim first so she could leave, but is it okay if I just go through questions with Ms. Gomez and then call you, Tina?
However you want to do it, it's fine with me.
Is that what you would do, Julie, as far as establishing the amount of money he makes, the retro?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Either way works.
Okay.
It says, since we don't have any more cases for me to work, yes. But normally if I had other cases
Right,
to work,
that's okay.
you would call me first.
Okay. And I can call you first. I guess we can do that so I can free you up, Tina.
Ms. Painter,
Yes.
I have to move location from where I'm at so I can get ready to pick up my 11-year-old daughter.
Yes,
But if I
ma'am.
lose connection, I'll get back on as soon as I get there, okay? But I'm gonna
Okay.
try to keep you on
Okay.
while I'm driving over there. I
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
want to lose you guys.
Yes, ma'am. Now, if you're driving, the judge is going to want you to pull over. She's not going to want you to drive and
Yeah, I
testify.
know.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
For
I'm
your
gonna try to
safety.
hurry. Yes, I'm
Yeah,
gonna try
don't
to
even
hurry.
tell me you're going to try to hurry.
Margie, does the judge know that you're ready? And I think sometimes
Oh.
they have to tell the judge that they're ready.
Oh,
for a
okay.
hearing.
No, I'm sorry. Thank you, Katina.
Oh, you're welcome.
I thought we would come in here. Hold on one
Yeah,
second.
I think sometimes they have to tell the judge that they're ready.
Okay. Let's see. So my problem, Katina, is I don't think I can bump out of this room again. As
Try it now.
Want me to go tell
You
her?
weren't.
thank
You
you.
weren't
Yes.
co-host.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
I'll
Thank you,
go tell her.
Tina.
No problem. She's coming right now.
Thank you, guys. I apologize.
Thank you. I'll stay put for a little bit longer.
Okay.
There she is.
Liz is here. Is the other party here?
No, it's going to be a default, Your Honor.
What's the other party's name?
Number one.
Okay.
Avelino Avendano.
And this is bad. Okay. I don't think I have access to the documents. You're gonna have to share your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We had some technical difficulties today, and I think that one is the one that won't open. You can try it, but.
Hold on one second.
We are live on the record in your case, which is cause number 22-06-27060. This is an original petition and suit affecting the parent-child relationship that the Attorney General's office filed. Mr. Avendano is not present. Ms. Gomez is here by Zoom. Ma'am, can you state your name for the record?
Cynthia Gomez.
Okay, and can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I will.
Okay, thank you. You may lower your hand. And counsel for the Attorney General's office, please state your name for the record.
Margie Painter.
Okay, and you may proceed.
May I call my first witness?
Yes, you may. And I do take judicial notice of the court file, including the reset order.
And the first filing has the acknowledgement of paternity, and you'll take judicial notice of that as well.
And I actually was able to open this, so I see that he signed that reset order. So
Yes, ma'am.
Today.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I am also taking judicial notice of that original petition and suit affecting the parent-child relationship.
Okay.
As well as the attachment to that document, the State of Texas Acknowledgement of Paternity, Exhibit A.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Before we proceed with Ms. Gomez, can we also swear in a
Yes.
witness?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Dawes, can you state your full name for the record?
Athena Ordaz.
Okay, and can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that any testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you may lower your hand and you may proceed, Ms. Painter.
Ms. Gomez, can you state your full name for the record?
Cynthia Gomez.
And what county do you live in?
In Waller.
And what county does your child live in?
Waller.
And have you and your child lived in Waller County for at least 90 days
Yes, ma'am.
before the suit was filed?
Yes, ma'am.
And the child lives with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you please state your child's name and the date of birth?
Evelyn Nevaeh Avendano, 11/28/2011.
Okay. And on November the 29th, 2011, you and Mr. Avelino Avendano signed the acknowledgement of paternity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you and Mr. Avendano live together after the child was born?
Off and on.
Okay. When was the last time you separated?
I want to say maybe when I filed. When you mean separated, completely off contact with him, or because he would live maybe for 30 days, then he would leave, and so he really.
Was it since April of this year of 22?
April was the last time that he came back after that. April 30th.
Okay. And then since April, has he provided you with any type of support, monetary support or clothing support?
Yes. With monetary, he provided $700 from the September 29th till November.
Okay. And has there been any type of family violence between you and Mr. Avendano?
Aggression, very aggressive, but as far as him physically hitting me, no, but he has punched walls, and he has, but nothing documented in the court or anything.
So there hasn't been a police report or anything on
No.
file? Okay.
No.
And are you concerned for the safety of yourself and the child?
Yes, ma'am, to an extent, yes, I am.
And are you asking the court to order that you do not have to disclose your personal information such as your address, telephone number, work address, work telephone number?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And as far as visitation, are you asking the court to appoint you managing conservator? And,
Main conservator,
yes, ma'am.
the main person, yes, ma'am. Mhm.
And with visitation, are you asking the court to allow standard visitation?
Standard as in him seeing her one weekend and
Like the first,
the
third and
the-
fifth weekend
yes,
of the month? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
And in regards to the visitation, you would prefer that the exchange between the two parties occur at a specified location?
Yes, ma'am, in a public area, yes.
And do you have a preferred location that you can share with the court?
It would be Katy Mills Mall, Walmart, at Katy Marketplace in Katy, Texas.
Okay, all right. And are you requesting monthly child support?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know if Mr. Avendando is currently working?
Yes, he is.
And do you know where he is working?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
AT Galvanizing.
all right. And do you know how much he is making?
He makes $12 an hour,
Okay,
40 hours a week. He puts in a lot of overtime, but since he just went back to work, I'm sure he's just making the minimum 40 hours right now.
and you said he's just gone back to work. Was there an instance where he wasn't working?
Yes, he was on workman's comp since October 14th of 21 till November the 10th. He had surgery on his left shoulder. He had an injury.
Okay. And do you know if he has any other minor biological children that he's responsible for or adopted children?
No, he doesn't.
Okay. And how is the child covered for medical and dental care?
I have Medicare under disability A and B, so she's under mine. I believe they call it CHIP or
Okay.
Medicaid, something like that.
Okay. Has he ever offered to provide medical for the child?
No,
And are you aware if he has access to provide medical for the child at his current employer?
I'm sure he does. Yes, because he's been there for maybe 3-4 years. So yeah.
Now, are you asking for back or retroactive support?
I'm asking for retro, yes.
And are you asking for that since April of
Yes, ma'am.
2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anything else you believe the court needs to know that I have not asked you at this point?
My concern is that I'm worried that he might take her to Mexico. So I want that documented.
Does she have a passport right now?
She doesn't have a passport. I haven't gotten one for her, but neither does he. So he has a, what they call, I don't know what it's called, but he's not allowed to go in and out of.
Is he allowed to go back and forth between Mexico and the
No.
United States? Okay,
No.
okay. I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. You may call your next witness.
I call my next witness Athena Ordez.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you please state your full name?
Athena Ordaz.
Sorry about that. Are you employed with the Office of the Attorney General?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you been employed by the Office of the Attorney General?
Over 31 years.
And what is your current title?
Child support officer.
And is part of your duties for the Office of the Attorney General to locate income on parties?
Yes, it is.
And were you able to locate income regarding this particular party, Mr. Avendano?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to determine his current employer?
Yes,
And can you state his current employer?
his current employer is KT Galvanizing Company.
And did the Office of the Attorney General make contact with the with KT Galvanizing Company today to confirm his employment?
Yes, we did.
And who did you speak to, or who did we talk to at KT Galvanizing Company?
Talked to the vice president of the company.
And did the vice president inform you of how much he makes an hour?
Yes, he did.
And how much is that?
$12 an hour.
And what is his income a month calculate out to be?
Gross $2,080.
And as far as the guideline support for child support, what would that amount be?
$350.
And it's regarding the medical support. Do you have a number for that as well, an amount?
75.
In regards to Ms. Gomez's request for retroactive support from April through today's date, were you able to calculate an amount regarding that?
Yes, I was.
And did the amount that you used, was that based on information that was provided to our office on September the 22nd, 2022?
Yes, it was.
And what were those amounts?
He from April to November of 2022, his gross was $2,455 per month. Net $2,119. 425 times 8 comes out to 3,400 minus the 700 he paid directly, leaving a retro of 2,700.
And those amounts were used based on his income that he was receiving through workers' comp through his previous injury. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ordaz. You may be excused.
Thank you.
And I'm going to grant the default judgment. Ms. Gomez, I'm going to make you the managing conservator, and Mr. Avedano, the possessory conservator.
Okay.
Does he currently live near you?
He lives in Katy. Yes, ma'am.
Lives in Katy, okay.
7 miles
Do
away.
you
from
have
me.
any plans to move anytime soon?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna do a residency restriction of Waller and contiguous counties. So it still gives you a large amount of space you can move to if you need to.
Okay.
And I'm going to approve the non-disclosure finding you're requesting to keep your information protected. I'll approve the standard possession order with the pickup and drop off at that location at Katy Mills Mall that you requested.
Okay.
And I'll approve the guideline child support and order him to pay $350 each month, beginning December 1st of 2022. And also order Mr. Avendano to pay medical support of $75 each month, beginning December 1st of 2022. I'm also going to order a back child support judgment against him in the amount of $2,700 with a payout. Did you ever request a payout?
$70 per month starting on December 1st, 2022.
Okay. And I'll order him to pay that back at that rate of $75 a month, beginning in
$70 a month.
Oh, 70, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, I'm
$70 a
sorry.
month.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't know what I said. $70 a month, beginning December 1st of 2022.
Okay.
And I think, does that cover everything?
I believe it does.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you need her, ma'am, we're gonna have you go back to the breakout room to review the order that they're going to draft based on my ruling today. And they'll be sending it to you through DocuSign to review, so you'll have a chance to review it and ask any questions you might have. But thank you so much for coming in today. And truly best of luck going forward and happy holidays. If you click on your screen, you should see the icons show up. And there's one, if you scroll through, there's going to be one that looks like a square with 4 squares, and it might say breakout rooms.
Okay.
Yeah, if you click on that, it'll take you back to the room. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Yes,
You're
ma'am.
welcome.
Miss Gomez, if you can hear me,
Oh, she's gone.
I can find her. Yeah, I need to see where she went. I
Yeah,
see
she
her.
went.
Yeah,
so
I got her.
Okay,
Thank you
awesome.
so very much. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it. Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations.
Okay, Kim, I'm signing off.
Okay, I'm ready, Ms. Katina.
Okay, your host, I'm gonna leave.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, we're done. If y'all want to shut it down.
Okay, Julie, see you later.
Bye.
Bye. Are you working next week?
Yeah, I got no more vacation days.
Oh, yeah. So I'll see you Tuesday then.
Yes. I will be here forever.
I know you won't. Well, you gained 8 hours. You got 8 hours. When you came back for November, you got 8 hours for November.
Okay, I got 8 hours then.
Oh, look at your kitty cat. That's so pretty. That's a pretty cat.
She's obnoxious.
Oh, she's pretty. Look at how pretty. That's a pretty cat.
She likes to annoy. She's been in the dog's bed all day, so the dog was whining at her.
Look at it. And she just lays right there. Is that the top of your chair?
Yes.
Oh, that's perfect.
Wherever
Wow.
she can find to annoy people, that's where she likes.
That's
to
where she's gonna be, huh? Well, at least she doesn't meow, like just whine, you know?
Yeah, sometimes, but no, she's
Trinity
doing
has a
great.
cat that just whines constantly. I mean, will just sit there and meow and whine. It's funny. All right, Julie. Well, let me know what I can do to help. I'm gonna just try to catch up on this stupid legal mail now.
I think it's done. We haven't got the tag doing that yet.
No, what is she doing? I don't know what she's doing. I don't. Tiffany was training her for a little bit, but there's a bunch of pleadings that haven't been signed off on. And I told Curtis when he tells me to go train her, I'll show her how to do it. I mean, but I haven't heard nothing. So I don't know. I need her to do it because I haven't touched my work. And when Tina goes, I'm going to have to take over, her stuff is priority, because they're the dockets. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm still going through my flagged emails. I'm just kind of ignoring them. But
I know. No, I'm just saying, I'm really right now just doing the docket stuff, putting
Yeah.
in BPF and all the orders that came through DocuSign. So, all right, Julie.